Okay, we're a little late. Don't worry about it. Let me just fix a few things and we'll get started. So I have no idea what I'm doing today, as it's been a little bit. That's weird. Hearing some like music in my right ear that was like so quiet. Just like the quietest you could possibly imagine something being. Don't know what it was. Okay. But don't worry, we're not crazy. No, we're good. Okay, so before we get into the game, I should probably read my notes. Because I have no idea what's what right now. Oop, that's bad. Whoa. That was quick. How's it going? um, okay. Remember to do all the things. Very descriptive. Good. That's helpful. Okay. Okay, let's just go to the okay. River farming right now. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I need to figure out a farming strat. I need to figure out if we want this or not. Fix some grammar, very important. Okay, things to route. Yeah. Sends past boulder, fair. Sends cage key. Don't know if we're doing that yet. Sends cage. Yeah, again, same thing. No cage, possibly. Alternative there. Iron Golem, Hydra. This is probably where we left off, was messing with Hydra. So we could also figure that out today. But I think what I'm going to try to do today is the farming method, because I think that's the most important right now. I didn't have it written down either, but it's one of the things I need to route. I'll just quickly read this to make sure. So hidden body, walk forward, 7 to 10, shoot soul arrow. Probably have to lock on. Walk forward 2021. Lock on to phalanx. That's not how you spell that. Through wall, walk forward 5 to 6, shoot all soul spears, get back somehow. Yeah, somehow, that's good. Yeah. Spam rest of the bonfire to set it up all again. Cool. And now here's the part where we find out that we're nowhere near there and we're gonna have to spend a bunch of time getting there. That'll be good. Yeah, that's pretty far off. That's okay. We'll just figure out which saves I've got to work with and keep going. Shit. Oops. All right, let's see where this one goes. This is the one save that I never know where it leads. Well, that's not helpful at all. Okay, 8 Firelink Soul Spear. Is that really? I didn't. Really? I didn't go any. God damn it. Okay, maybe we're not doing farming just yet. because that's a lot of stuff to just run through to do a thing. Okay, ooh, the problem with this one is it's no longer en route. Because our intelligence is too low, so this is not currently what we're planning on doing. Shit. Don't tell me that the save I just overwrit is the one we needed. Probably is. That's fun. Well, wait. No, this should be fine. It'll be wrong, but it'll be close. That's fine. All right. Man, my head is not in the game right now. So the strat right now would be do all the send stuff, I guess. Yeah. Now, realistically, all we need... I guess the big problem right now is we don't have the souls for everything we need, and... Yeah, it's problematic. Like, we'll have to, like, farm things stupidly to make this work, or just dupe souls, I suppose, too. Honestly, that sounds fine for now. We'll just dupe a few souls to get all the stuff we need. Because I don't want to bother with any of this. So we're going to do something a little stupid. Which is we're just going to try and kill Iron Golem with what we have. Actually, we're human right now, so we could just get Iron Tarkus to do it. That sounds fine. Don't do your head attack. Or that, but whatever, fine. Have we done this before? Is the boulder going to come after us? Yes, it is. And our goal is just to go up, so that's what we'll do. We're probably gonna die here, to be honest. Oh, actually, we could quit out to maybe make it work. Real question is, Are we feeling lucky? It's interesting, I thought. Nah. Okay, so we do kind of have to kill this guy. Hopefully Tarkus doesn't screw this up too bad, because we've not got a lot of spells to fix this. All right, let's go. Come on, Tarkus, let's get going. Tarkus. Oh, yeah, it's not going great for Tarkus. That was a good hit, though. That'll work. That is not good. And there goes the battle. I don't think I can do this. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. How's it going there, Tarkus? Trying to get you in a spot where you can hit this guy. But I feel like he's just going to smack you off the edge, and that'll be that. Oh, there we go. We're good. He's helping. And he's dead. Or not. Now he's definitely dead. Well, thanks for your help, Darkus. I'm screwed. Yeah, that was a little ballsy. All right. Whoop. I'm forgetting my buttons here. I know what you're thinking. How does this qualify as blindfolded routing? And all I have to say to that is, what a stupid question. This is clearly blindfolded routing. Ah, we missed it. That's okay. Did I mention that we didn't take the bonfire, so this is kind of scary? Oh, I guess... I kind of need that key. Otherwise... I mean, not taking the bonfire was kind of a waste. And there goes the battle. Fine. I suppose we're gonna have to, like, rescue Griggs and stuff, huh? Do we? Yeah, we do. This idea was very stupid. I should have just not done this, but... Because we're gonna do all this work just to test a thing that I'm probably gonna get sick of in 3 seconds, and... Well, that's not ideal, but... Okay, we still need to survive with this key, because the cage is upstairs anyways. And all of this is just so I don't have to go up Sen's Fortress one more time, which, is it worth it? I don't know. Hey, I almost never make that. Okay, now here's the real trick. Oh. That wasn't close at all. And I think for safety, we'll let the thing go all the way down and let this open, and then we'll homeward bone. Perfect. And that's the price of... Not the price, that's the reward for taking risks, kids. Okay, so... You probably don't need this silly thing anymore. So, we need to rescue Griggs, save Dusk. Buy all the things? Rescued Logan, we have to do that too. Shit. Or do we have to do that, or is he saved? No, he bought Soul Spirit, so he's saved. Okay. So just Griggs and Dusk. Which one's easier? Probably Griggs is a little bit easier, and seeing as I have 10,000 souls on me, which I'm going to be duping anyways, doesn't really matter, but... Oh, haha. I remembered this time. We need the key to the basement. Oh, good. Whoop. Well, that'll kill him. Actually, realistically, we could just skip Taurus Demon, can't we? Figured that would miss. Didn't think that one would miss. I actually don't know if the Hellkite Drake is active or not, but if he is, that'd suck. So let's hope he's not. We should probably take the bonfire, huh? So we're gonna need spell casts. This is gonna be like the worst save ever when I eventually make it, that I'm gonna have to just fix like the next time I come there, because literally nothing is gonna be right, but whatever. Yeah, I did hear the dragon. I was just hoping, and we're dead. No, we're not. I don't know how that happened, but I don't care. Okay, who wants to bet that I can run through all the hollows without dying? Actually, I have to deal with the dogs and rescue Griggs. I don't actually need to kill Capra, so we'll still try that, but We don't have to. Come on, dogs. You all know the words. Let's see. Alright. Griggs is saved. We'll just quickly do PewDiePie skip. I'm breaking all the rules. Damn it, we didn't get it. I actually have no idea how you do PewDiePie skip, but... Cool. Alright. Let's see if we can do this without dying. No going back now. The trick is usually to go in here and not get unlucky like that. Yeah, we're screwed. This is literally worst case scenario. Oh well, we don't need those souls. They're holding us back. Oh, now we have a stupid undead berg bonfire. What kind of idiot thought that was a good idea? Oh. Oh, nah, come on, man. It was a stupid fire guy. It's not my fault. Who wants to get soul speared? Oof. Good thing you guys are pushovers, huh? Okay, now the one thing we need... No, we still need a lot of things. Never mind. We have to remember not to forget the peculiar doll, though. That's important. Here's my two favorite guys. We should take Firelink just for game purposes. Okay, now here's the part where we ruin everything. Break all the rules. I don't want to hear it. Oh, got a two-hand because we're a whooping. That's very important. I have not really done duping with keyboard before. So it's a little strange to me. Okay, and is that enough? I honestly don't know.
Oh, hello.
You bet, sir. Oh, wait. Great heavy. Oh, I was supposed to buy that from... I got confused because I was supposed to buy that from Logan, but it doesn't matter. It's the same spell. We might be able to get the lingering just to, like, test its effectiveness in places.
So,
Okay, so we bought that already. We need this. Otherwise, you're useless.
I will stay.
Okay, so we will buy that. Is there anything else we need to buy? I don't think so.
Oh, hello.
So we'll just buy it for testing purposes. Okay, for me.
Oh, hello. That will.
Yeah, but you have rings that are good.
All right.
All right, that'll do it. Time to go to the asylum. We're not going to bother with the crest shield, I don't think. Come on. Nice. Easy every time. Definitely not going to bother with the rusted iron ring. Oh, so how's everyone's day? Okay, we shouldn't have used those. Whatever, let's just go for it. Gotta remember the old Witwicky motto: no sacrifice, no victory. The dude seems to not care. Without a blindfold, though. Kind of weird. You know what? That guy does sound weird. Come on, show me your moves. Damn it. That's okay, that's actually what we wanted. Because it's just faster. Okay, so let's do a quick check. We've got a peculiar doll. That's excellent. We've got great heavy, homing soul mass, soul spear, oral decoy, fall control, hidden body. That's what we can't forget. Okay. So back to the parish, kill Hydra. And then rescue Dusk, get hidden body, and then we're good to head off to the painted world of Ariamis. And then we'll be blind for a bit sometimes, but not blindfolded. Now, if I recall my strategy for Hydra, it's 4 soul spears to the face, and then spam regular soul arrows and just hope he dies. It's not the best strategy I've ever come up with, but it is arguably a strategy. So I think for testing purposes, we're gonna go all 4 soul spears. And if it doesn't go well, I honestly don't remember if I rested at the Undead Parish bonfire. I should have. That's where we want to go next. I guess we'll just jump off into the deep end if this doesn't go well. And then hope it doesn't go horribly wrong. You gonna get stat bashed? Oh shit. I forgot to stat bash. Oh, that worked. Okay, now I think we don't do anything until we hear ourselves take a shield hit, because, oh, that's good. Maybe that strategy doesn't work. This is probably gonna miss. Dang. Really? Come on, dude. I think we just call this a bad pattern, probably. Seems like he dynamically changes strategies based on how many heads he has. And so if you shoot off the wrong heads initially, you're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, this is just like the worst possible head cutoff pattern we could have gotten, I think. Okay, maybe he'll do something better now. I mean, that was working, but... Or does something actually worse? Yeah, we can probably do that. That wasn't close at all. That might be the strat. Don't get me wrong, I don't know how we ever stabbed this guy blindfolded, but the real problem is we're just out of soul spears at this point.
Suppose I accept my would my
Cool. See you later. Here's hoping these guys leave me alone while I'm talking to Dusk. Here's also hoping we... Oh yeah, that's definitely a summon sign, right? But he's coming this way. He's gonna mess us up.
I am done. It is I should if thou art in
Alright, cool. See you later. Okay, we're almost at the point where we can start doing stuff. Alright, let's see if we can pull this off. Ah. Almost got it. I guess we'll have a chance to test the lingering Dragon Crest ring. Damage not really a priority right now. Okay, we'll sacrifice this for hidden body, this for homing soul mass. Not a great order to put things in, but it's whatever. that right? That should work. I just enjoy this so much that I have to do it. So we're trying to see how long this lasts, see how far we can reasonably get. I should also point out this is like the maximum we could possibly get, considering we're not using any sort of blindfolded movement. That's, I mean, getting all the way through with perfect movement is cool. I don't know how reasonable it is. I can only imagine I can get all the way across. All right. Plenty of time to spare here as well. Still going. Man, this Lingering Dragongrass ring is pretty good. But, well, I guess we can use it here too, because it's also a good, important thing to test. We can't use the other one, we just have to use Hidden Body. Also, I need to know how much of this area I can skip. I think you can already jump down here. I just don't know where to do that. I guess fall control, I can maybe do it there already. We'll test that afterwards, once we run through regularly, I guess. Can we just fall down here? Or is this death? We'll be fine. I mean, that's a good long while. That's pretty fantastic. Just go right through them. Okay. Actually, we'll go back to the bonfire. Doesn't really matter what we swap out for yet. I don't think you can actually have two up at the same time. That's okay. Let's just imagine we run all the way up here doing some crazy setup shenanigans. And then we just get here and we're like, it won't even let me cast Fall Control to override it, which is annoying. But that's pretty easy. Biggest problem is not being able to use hidden body when I want, and fall control when I want. It's easily fixed. Okay. But let's also see. Where we can just jump out. Probably not reasonable to do. Because, like, obviously fall control works great. And you don't have to go that far to do it. But something like... Yeah, I didn't think you could do it there. I think you can do it up here, maybe. Also pretty easy. Hard to set up and perform blind, of course. I mean, those would be the two options, I guess. Save myself a little bit of time anyways. Okay, I should reset my position and make a save, because apparently I don't have one for some reason, unless I made it under a bad name, which I might have done. And if I did that, I'm going to be really upset and throw something at my computer. Well, I don't see anything, so we don't have to be that upset. We'll call this farming. Sure. I actually grabbed the save? I don't think I did. Okay, now I'm gonna be right back. I just have to check on something. Probably be like 3 minutes-ish. And then we'll get right back into this and actually start routing this farming section. All right. Sorry about that. I knew I was probably gonna have to deal with that in like about 30 minutes to an hour, and yep. We'll get right back into it. So, what we need is a systematic way to get from here back to here after killing a bunch of dudes and being able to do that over and over and over and over again. First step, which I should have realized, is ball control is not necessary. Actually, we'll take all these down. Hidden body first, then soul spear. Try oral decoy for now. Maybe we can get some use out of that. Also, I just remembered that this strat sucks. Instead of oral decoy, which is probably never going to have any use anywhere ever in the run, you just need this soul arrow. Why distract an enemy when you can kill it outright, is what I always say. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, we're not wearing the right ring. Aha, I gotcha. Good to know. Good to know. I mean, literally we could use any soul arrow at all because we just need to cast one of it, but... Now, we somehow have to get from this oh shit, I forgot about this. We gotta get from this position to back to the bonfire. Now that kind of works, but the phalanx are a bit of an issue. So we'll assume we can't do that. Let's just start over, try again. Also, the big problem is we're not going to always end up in the same exact position. So we need something robust. Okay, there's a possibility to that. Damn it. It was working last time, so I don't know why it wasn't working now. Okay, whatever we do has to be unlocked on because it's just too random. Problematic. Maybe this is messing with things. Okay, problematic. That rolling strat's not going to work. We're going to have to do something cleverer than that, I think. taking quite a bit of damage here. Pan. Maybe I need the bow and a good spot. Like, I mean, that was like perfectly lined up here. It's just we can't guarantee that because we got locked onto like just the perfect dude for that. Now, this isn't ideal. It's a nice place to get stuck. Problem is, you can't guarantee your angle in there. You can just about get stuck in the angle. We could try it. That's one place to try, anyways. Yeah. All right, we're gonna stop with the symbol of avarice for now. Not entirely bad, but tricky. It's tricky. tiny, tiny little differences affect everything, which sucks. I'm really trying to find a way to do this without homeward bones, but homeward bones obviously make this so much easier. It's just homeward bones just actually need to be farmed because they cost money, which kind of sucks, but what do you do? Them's the rules. Getting hit changes your angle too. So, what do? We roll into the camera. Same as walking into the camera. And this just, again, our angle's so wide, we can hit any spot from like here to here. It's not great. Oh. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, if we get the hidden body down fast enough, it looks like they don't even throw it. We were trying to get in here earlier. Maybe we can go back to trying to... Or we consider the idea. We didn't even try. I get so caught up in not getting hit with spears. It's not even close enough to the bonfire. This is rough. Which is why I want to do it now. Because if I can't figure out a way to do this, I need to do more routing, which involves getting homeward bones, and rather not. I don't really know what I'm trying to pull here. So that means don't do that. That strategy sucks. Lingering would actually be nice, but I kinda need the bellowing. Kinda. Do I? No, we definitely do. Right? Right? All but one. And all but two. That door is the one we want to get stuck on, huh? I was thinking that I would hit a wall or something. I didn't. Perhaps we'll go the other direction. That's just not perfect. That makes me mad too. I don't think this is gonna get the bonfire. It doesn't. And these guys are coming to kill me too. There's always the ledge cases that I gotta solve. If I'm really fast, it's not bad. Gotta be real fast, though. On the right track, maybe. So there's our problem. We can't know where we are after doing that. Okay. So really dumb idea. We'll call it the new soul bank method. We do all the same stuff as before, except we just don't do anything else. Now, this method kind of sucks because it's slow. And they're stupid. where I already made a mistake. Yeah, these guys are just so dumb. This method sucks. Can't rely on that. I mean, you could run into them, but then you'd eventually lose your souls. It was a good idea. I just don't know how to get all these guys in the right spot. Okay. Too much work. It needs to be faster. Hmm. Where do we go from here? Be just about anywhere right now. We wouldn't know. Okay, what if we keep going instead? These guys throw up? Yes, they do. That idea sucks. We kind of knew it did. Backstepping doesn't really change anything, does it? Hmm. Do, 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 do. I don't know. Oh my ideas. Seems a little early for that, but problem is these guys kill me if I don't do anything, even though it takes them a long time. And if anything I do, it's so random because of the way I kill these guys. So either I find a way that's somehow consistent for killing them, which I can't imagine how I would know that. Unless I kill them unlocked on, which is kind of stupid. Not a lot of kills there. 2k souls. I was hoping for more than that. Now, granted, there could be better setups, but they're all going to be more or less pretty dangerous anyways. Okay, stupid idea. Starting to get a little frustrated, but this is one of the harder things I'll have to figure out. I can get them all this way. Well, I mean, there's the one guy behind there who's apparently can't see me. What does it change, though? We can... Still don't think we can guarantee which way we're facing. How would we do this? And we kind of need to get the angle right. Deathless run, huh? Like, in this game, I assume, since I believe you've been talking about all your playthroughs in this game, as far as I can remember. Those aren't too bad in this game, to be honest, but depends how experienced you are, I guess. I don't know if this is gonna hit. It does, but it's a little risky. Maybe it's not risky, who knows? Now that was my stupid try and kill everything strat. I don't even know how many arrows I'd have to cast if I did that, and I might just die some of the time doing it. I mean, that got them all, but it was also the luckiest I've ever gotten. We somehow sniped the guy in the back, as far as I know. Yeah, they're literally all gone. It's just kind of, what do you do? The idea is kind of bad. You imagine just like facing any kind of random direction. Do we have anything? Anywhere I could use to my advantage? I don't know how to do this with Homer Bones. I don't know. It just takes so many, and they're so expansive. I'm gonna waste one because I assume it counts as resting at the bonfire, but I don't actually know. Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, that's like the perfect angle. Doesn't really matter because we can't guarantee it. I'm not seeing the no homeward bone angle. I'm just not seeing it. So, I want to get an idea of the angles here. Very, very tight. What was that? Oh, them up there? Okay, that doesn't matter. Hmm. What if we use the bow? Almost perfect. Well, no. Kind of close. Hmm. Doesn't really matter. We already found this is like one of the better angles we can get on them. Hmm. Oh, I just don't. I just don't see it. I don't know. Kind of ridiculous. Try the other direction, I guess. such a goddamn hard angle to hit. What if we go based off of our camera angle and use the bow to get back? Okay. Not guaranteed to work every time, probably, but let's see what we can do with this. Angle seems worse. Yeah. We can work on it though. This is the most promise we've had so far. Yeah, that's not great. The angle really matters, and it does change quite significantly. Hmm. And we're dead. I'm not getting the solution I want. That's for damn sure. Even like, if I wanted to have a strategy I could do multiple times in a row, but not necessarily infinitely. Like we're talking 22,000 souls a level near the end of it. So that's like 4 trips in a row. And if we screw up, then we just start over and have to do 4 trips in a row again. But like, so far we can't even get 1 trip in a row. You know? That's kind of the problem. The right track. But again, we need to we need our angle to be perfect. What if, okay, hear me out. What if we use the camera hotkeys to do stuff? Well, that just so happens to be the exact worst case scenario for what I was going to try. But they're all dead, so that's nice. Well, you know, the important ones. I was gonna try and lock onto one and then like cycle over as far to the right as possible. But there's not enough to do that with. Yeah. Okay, so I guess there's two kind of angles that my character will have at the end of this. There's the angle that my character will be facing for the last phalanx I kill. So if I kill a guy over, or at least shoot a guy over here last, my character will be facing this way. And then if I kill the last guy I shoot, my camera's going to jump to another dude, and then that'll change my feet are still positioned to the left, but my camera's positioned to the right. And so if I unlock, my camera's still to the right a little bit, which affects things like the bow. So now the bow is pretty much perfectly straight if we went the bow strat. And now my body's straight. Well, let's just fix that. But my feet are facing that guy to the left. So if I backstep, we go to the right quite a ways. And so all we really need is a consistent direction for either our feet or our camera, not both. The problem is there doesn't seem to be a way to do that. See, yeah. So we shot a guy to the right a little bit. It was basically straight last, and so our back steps would be perfect. Like down near bang on straight backwards for the back steps. But our camera, had we chose to do the bow method, would be right, more angled. Now, I don't think it would be possible to be able to hear the difference between the two. Like, be like, oh, I shot a guy on the right side last. Like, I wouldn't even know the first thing about trying to know how to hear that. And same with the camera. There's no way to know where it's shooting off to, unless you knew which guys you were shooting and if you were hitting the shield or not. And not really a great idea. Or really, like, there's no merit to that train of thought, I don't think. And so here I'd want to do camera. But also part of the problem we'll have is, I keep forgetting this, when we're doing the bow stuff. Oh shit, he's alive again. At some point we want to stop rolling with the bow and then turn around and then like walk forward and spam. Because this is like a known location-ish that we could like maybe actually do something from. Again, bow would be a great angle. But I don't know if this will actually work. Yeah, we're a little too far away from the bonfire to get it to work again. That's the kind of idea of what we want to do. I just don't see how this ever possibly works like 20 times in a row. And we need a lot more than 20 times, I'll tell you that. We need, well, if we can get like good like 7K trips, then we only need like 20 trips? Is that stupid? That seems low. How many souls? No, wait, I think we need, no, we need way more than that. We need like several 100,000, don't we? Let's go back to that. This is like a low ballpark, yeah, 500K total, and we're at like somewhere around here, like, yeah, 47. So we're at 450,000. Divided by 7K, and this a 7K is a great trip. 64 trips still, yeah. So 64 in a row. I mean, we don't have to do them all in a row, but like, you know, we're looking at quite a good streak, anyways. My God, it's so beautiful. Yeah, that was, I mean, 7K, 7.7 is what we, or wait, what? Did we, how would we have had 3K? Oh, were some of them overkills? And then maybe. That's a good trip right there. Like if that could happen every time, it'd be super easy. Okay, we're gonna try that again. I mean, what else are we gonna do, right? We're not gonna mess with the camera at all. Let's just pretend like this works. What do I think the chances are that this gets me to the bonfire? 0? I think so, because I think I'm too far. Yeah, the door nudged me anyways. We're still way too far. Not a million years into the bonfire, yeah. I want to try a bunch of those out. Where I'm just kind of running away from the phalanx guys, and then the camera breaks on its own. I don't know if that'll have some sort of smoothing effect to anything, but when you're out of ideas, everything seems like a good idea. So yeah, not the same spot. The angle's actually good. No, the angle's bad. Yeah. Whoops. Damn it. That's weird. You parry a dude, he doesn't count as an enemy for like a second? I don't know. If anyone has any great ideas. It's just like, there's a few scenarios that happen when I do this, and I just... Okay, here's a tactic that I haven't been trying to use. But maybe I should. You trying to mess with me, dude? I will fuck you up. So I think in general, up until this point, I have not used echolocation strategies. I have theoretically come up with one, but I never actually bothered routing it because I hated the idea. But the idea of trying to figure out where you are based on sound, and then just having various different paths to go based on that. It's not really gonna work. Everything sounds basically the same. The only real thing I have to go off of is this. If I could get here, I would know I was here. Because you can kind of hear the sound go away. And if you can get, like, say, exactly here... something like that. Maybe I should be aiming for this area. Let's see, if we're roughly here. Just try a bunch of things with all of them dead so I don't have to worry about it so much. Not going to be the easiest thing to get stuck there. I don't know. We'll see what we can do. Okay, the angle's not great. I really need a good angle. And we also can't guarantee we're getting into the right position, but that's, you know, problem for another time. Guys. I don't even know, dude. Come on. By a little less. I don't think the angle's the same. There's just no way that we can win. That was a masterpiece. He rocks too hard because he's not a mortal man. The angle sucks again. But we can also do crazy stuff too. That's allowed. It's just crazy. And I'd rather not. Did I mention that? I'd rather not. We're getting really lucky right now. These are some of the best cycles you can get. Oh, now we got unlucky. Yeah, what do you do about that, huh? And now this angle sucks. But this angle's good. Okay, it's a little bit bad. Oh, maybe it works. All right. A little too close. Yeah, the angle's not consistent. Question about my description? Go for it, I guess. It was very good soup, actually. Well, the kind of soup that you can only get by making it yourself. I'm actually very disappointed in that the angle was perfect and it just wasn't good. So I guess the angle I've been looking for is not the angle I want. Kind of disheartening, but okay. that a good angle? Go away. No, it sucks. So, like, I can probably get to that spot consistently. I can't get to the same angle in that spot consistently. So if I can get to that spot and then turn that into a consistent angle somehow, that'd be fantastic. It'd be a lot, and it'd probably take a while, but I mean, at this point, I can't really complain. That was a little not what I was expecting. God damn it. Okay, we're in this corner. We'll assume it's relatively consistent. What do? We don't think our angle is consistent, so that's the big problem. Turn around. Face the front. Backstep. Interesting. Apparently, that was a big old lie I just told myself, because this is not at all the same angle. The camera just doesn't change its angle. Well, that sucks. There's still so much about the camera in this game that I just don't understand. Oh. Well, these guys are definitely crazy. No, it happened. I just wasn't expecting it to happen. Okay, take a look at this angle, and then do something else completely different. Yeah, not likely to replicate any angles in there. I hate this camera in this game, dude. Final boss for real. God damn. Like, okay, we get here. We are in this spot, definitely, but we don't know what angle we're facing. What do you do? Let's say your angle is so ridiculous that it's like this and you wouldn't even know. I don't know. Don't know how to deal with that at all. Let's go hang out with some of my best friends for a second. Because I just remembered that I forgot to give them a birthday present. Now, is there a chance that for some reason moving that statue affects things? Because I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Besides homeward bones. But that's the obvious answer. Changes nothing. I just feel like this is a dead end. The advantage of this place is that we can hear it, and so we can know that we're there. But a lot of good that advantage does us when we don't even know which direction to go to get to safety. Something stupid that would take a long time is like this. I so wish these doors, like, helped. But they don't. They're like, wrong angle. Wrong. We don't care about the angle. You know. It's such a tight angle that I need, too. I don't know. I feel like I've accomplished nothing today. Yeah, there's the one spot we can get to. Well, that's never happened before. Which does not instill confidence, actually. The fact that I could find something and have it happen in such a way that I've never seen. And just be like, well, how do I know that I've possibly found all the different things that could happen if that can happen? Yeah. What do I do? It just, I can't figure it out. I don't want to do the homeward bone method, but it's the only thing that could possibly work. We just need, by my last estimation, 137 homeward bones and a little bit of luck. That's not fun. That's also, I believe that calculation, 68,500 souls. Also, wow, you're a far way from home, huh, bud? 70,000 souls worth of homeward bones is a lot, and that's not easy to get. Actually, let's just say Sif for a second. 48,000 plus 16,000 is close. So we do Sif, we get those souls to, I suppose the undead female merchant. And then we're most of the way there. We get 128 tries. We needed 450,000, which means we just need on average 3,500 per go. Okay, weird idea. I try a series of, say, 10 in a row, and then calculate the average. Okay, 6,900. Oh, we should be wearing the thing for this. Give me 1 second. Also, I'm gonna get out a thing. Give me a second. This one can just get closed. Okay. 6,900. Equals this times 1.2, 8280. Okay. Now we're gonna put this on. Continue. Okay, and then we're just gonna until our souls 7440. Gotta reset our camera, very important. Jumped up. 70. Oh. 8160. Bad run for some reason. 5280. Gotta reset camera. $81.60 again. Shit. Okay, we'll count that as a loss. Okay, screwed it up. $160 again. Oops. Yeah, that'll work out. Whatever. Definitely screwed that up. That's good. Thanks for a better test. 2400. One more to go. And 7440. We're just done average, I suppose. And I didn't really need a calculator to divide by 10. Okay. 5532. Let's go back here. Then we need 100. In other words, 50,000 souls, which is less. But also, if we just got 50,000 and then we undershot, we would be totally screwed. Or we wouldn't be totally screwed, I guess, because a lot of these souls are going directly into vitality, which is like not the biggest deal if we don't get it, I guess. Right? Like these stats that we have right now aren't accurate, but we will have actually they are. I think. So we need, I don't think we have fully nailed down the stats we want, but I think it's like probably 19 attunement and 40 vitality is what we're looking for. But if we get the 19 attunement, which is probably required, and then the vitality is just whatever. You know, like we use up all our homeward bones and we have so much vitality, you know, we'll just deal with whatever we got, because it's not like we need a very specific amount. It's just we need a bunch because we don't want to die. The only problem with this is I'd rather not farm 50,000 souls to do this. But I also I don't see a method where we don't use homeward bones. I just can't see it. Now, part of the problem here is Sif as a method is like the best boss we can kill for this, because he just has so many souls. And so it's like one boss, that's all we gotta do. Then we go buy the homeward bones and we move on with our lives. The problem with Sif is it requires the Crest of Artorias if we're not insane. I suppose we could go up through the back of Darkroot, technically, but it's kind of dumb. Okay. So, who else do we got? I know I've looked at this list 7,000 times over the past few weeks, but Yeah, like I don't want to do Gaping Dragon because it's just like too much work for not a lot of payoff. Pinwheel's a terrible idea. Stray Demon's basically impossible at this stage. And no, doesn't really work. And also, again, the problem is we need the Crest of Artorias to get to Sif. So that's 20,000 souls from somewhere. I have no idea where. We have 12k from Iron Golem, so we need 8k still. Still not easy to come by. We stretched our budget so thin just to be able to do this in the hopes and perhaps the naivete thinking we or just forgetting that we needed Homeward Bones to do our planned strategy. Also, I didn't realize that the Homeward Bones were going to cost so goddamn much, which is weird because I knew how much they were going to cost. I just didn't realize how many I'd need, I guess. I feel like I need this to work, and I feel like I need Homeward Bones. I feel like both are true simultaneously, but I can't do both, and I wouldn't want to either. And there's no other great way to get Homeward Bones, right? Like, you can get 3 for free. Bunch of bosses drop them, but usually only once. Is it all bosses? Curious. Major bosses can only be killed once per playthrough. The reward for dealing such bosses varies between humanity, twin humanities, or in rare cases, Homeward Bones. So it does say rare to get a Homeward Bone. And plus, I usually end up needing it anyways, but that's besides the point. And the only person around this area who sells them is nobody. Nobody around Anor Londo sells them. That sucks. Hmm. We did contend with the idea of the orange sign soapstone, didn't we? We just asked the question of if that could be used to do anything. It's not even on this list. Yeah, this character isn't really important. We have a backup save. I want to see what we have near that thing, and I just want to do some tests with that thing. Where are my saves? Okay. Okay, so I would go and get that thing shortly after Quaylog, right? We just do Firelink 1. That should be the proper save. So you can't see any of this right now. All secret stuff. Don't worry about it. Take a few levels. Oh. Also, I need to... Yeah. probably don't even need to kill these guys, right? Because I can see, you know? This is what I would normally do. Alright, let's get this roll, because we never get this roll. Come on. Ah, it never works. Let's see. Anything else useful? Not that I need right now, anyways.
Thank you, kind.
Why should you charge me for that? Wait, what?
Oh, you.
Guess was it only 500? That's cheap. We don't care for these souls. Okay. Okay. So really hard to write a message. It takes a long time. And we can just like blitz on through. Yeah, as expected, it doesn't do anything. Okay, scrap that idea. I had to finally check, because I never had, you know? I don't see anything. Can I fully articulate the problem? Okay. I'll do my best. Let me put my old save back. So, I need to farm these phalanx dudes. Oh. My spells are all messed up now. Okay. So I need to farm the phalanx like 100 times. Right? We're not wearing the right ring. It's fine. shoot the last one. Okay. So I can do that. But the problem is I'm blindfolded when I do that. I'm blindfolded when I do anything in this run. And so I pretty consistently lock on to the same guy every time at the start. Maybe I can demonstrate that. So we lock onto this guy. Oops. Forgot to swap my ring out. Okay. So when we get about to this point, we lock onto this guy, then we walk forward 6 steps. And then it changes my lock onto that automatically. And so you always shoot this guy first. And then from there, it's random. That guy that we shoot first, he can block with his shield, thus taking 175 or 174 damage, it seems sometimes. Which doesn't kill him. And if he doesn't die, then my lock-on doesn't change, and I hit him again, and then the second one does kill him. Also, that guy's gonna try and kill me. So the second one does kill him at that point, and I swap to a different guy, and I'll shoot that guy, and that one might hit his shield, might not kill him, and then I shoot him a second time, and it'll kill him. And so, effectively, I can't guarantee which ones are going to die, but more importantly, I can't guarantee which guy I'll end up staring at once after I kill them all. So I have to take sort of the randomness of which one's going to die and who's all going to get shot at, which results in a somewhat random position that I'm facing and a very random position that I'm standing in. Now, the position I'm standing in is mostly the same all the time. It's going to vary by a tiny little bit based on how much I hold down the W key, which is based on the number of steps that I hear. So if I stop on exactly the step, I'll be a little bit further back, and if I stop after I hear the step, I'll be a little bit further forward. That's not a huge deal. The problem is, whichever guy I shoot last, so if there's a guy to the left, or like, maybe I'll demonstrate it. If there's a guy over to the left that I shoot last, my character will face to the left. And if there's a guy to the right that I shoot last, my character will face to the right. But if the guy who I shoot last dies, my character will continue to face the direction he's facing, but my camera will jump over to the next dude it locks onto, which I have no way of knowing who that'll be. So I can be in a position where I'm locked on to, say, this guy, and I don't lock onto him apparently, but we'll just pretend I'm locked onto him, but I'm facing over here. And I have no way of knowing who I'm facing, where I'm facing, if maybe I even killed them all. I don't know. It's never happened yet, but it could happen. And so I need to take this slightly random position of maybe like, you know, like from here to about here. About here, maybe, let's say. I could be anywhere from in like this tiny little circle. And I could be facing just about any direction from here to here. And my camera could be facing also any direction from here to here. Not the same direction necessarily, but it could be the same direction. And I need to take that, and I need to find a series of inputs which will lock me into a known place and angle. So, for example, if I was always looking in this direction and always standing here, and I just hold backwards, I'm pretty much always going to end up exactly here. Like, there's not many ways that could end up, which is fine, and I can work from that, if that were the case, but it's not the case. Because I can also end up looking in this direction, and my camera could be this way. Or my camera could be... I could be facing this direction, and my camera could be this way. And now if I press backwards, I go in a completely different direction. So the problem is, I need a way to get into a position with a specific, like, X and Y coordinate and a specific angle. So one thing that's been very helpful in this run so far is places like this, where this is a pretty solid XY coordinate, like pretty much guaranteed. Like if you're here, you're at the same XY coordinate. The problem is you can be stuck this direction, you can be stuck this direction, you can be stuck this direction. It's all the same position roughly, but it's a different angle, and depending on your angle will change how you move afterwards. So I need to find a way to turn that randomness into a guaranteed output, which then I can use to get to the bonfire. Now, what I was trying to figure out, and this is the other half of the problem, is the homeward bones. If I use homeward bones, I don't need to do any of this shit. I can just run up, kill as many as I kill, maybe walk backwards and hide behind here, use a homeward bone, and it saves all of my souls. I should mention, the whole reason I'm doing this is I want to go over there, I want to kill all the dudes, I want to get back to the bonfire, and I want to do that like 100 times, and then I want to spend all my souls leveling up. Now, homeward bones, I can just go over there, kill the guys, come back, and I keep all my souls. But if I don't homeward bone, if I just go up all natty, and I have to get it back to the bonfire, because there's no other way to get back to the bonfire and keep your souls. And I kind of screw this up, but it's fine. So I could either, like, go behind here and homeward bone, which would be easy, or I could try and, like, get back to the bonfire. Now, there's just so many things that can happen, and also to get back to the bonfire, blindfolded, mind you, it's not easy. I need a very specific angle and direction so that I can do what is essentially this, and then if I just spam rest of the bonfire, this might work, it might not work. It didn't work. We were just ever so slightly off. If we're a little bit more over this way, we'll rest of the bonfire and everything will be fine. And then we're set up to just turn this way and do the whole thing over again, more or less. We need to find like a cycle in order to just be able to do this over and over and over and over and over again without making any mistakes. And then every once in a while, we can go rest of the bonfire and spend our souls. So the homeward bone problem is it'd be really, really easy and require very little routing on my part to do homeward bones. And so I just need 137 homeward bones, and we'd be great. But the problem with the homeward bone method is they cost 500 souls each. As already explained, we can either buy them from the undead merchant female, yeah, we cannot lock onto the guy, and there'll still be a little bit, there's like still a tiny bit of uncertainty in how far we walk. I'll try and explore that now, if you'd like. So I'll do this whole thing without any locking on, and I'll show you what happens. Well, actually, we'll do this locking on. This locking on is consistent, because there's one dude, we shoot him one time, and he dies. That's not the problem. Now, we don't actually have a route back from this point, but what you'll see is we got 3,300 souls, which is the important part. So let's assume that that's more or less 100% consistent. And we have a way to get back. That's fine, but we're only getting 3,300 souls, or possibly less than that, every trip, which just means it's going to take, like, twice as long, potentially, which is not great. But yeah, the alternative is use Homeward Bones, which I think I've already thoroughly explained. We need like 50,000 to 70,000 souls-ish to spend. Fire bombs will not work. They're like 50 to 200 each, something around there. And they don't do a lot of damage. At one point, was considering using pyromancy for this. And it wasn't really killing them that well, so yeah, 50 souls each. Like, I could get 10 for the price of a Homeward Bone, which is just kind of like not great. Anyways, yes, it's a very complicated issue. And this is also probably the most important part in the entire run, because we're going to be doing this for presumably an hour to an hour and a half. I was just doing this over and over and over and over again. So I kind of need to get it right. Which, I mean, honestly, for every single part of this run, I kind of need to get it right. Is kind of always the guiding principle. Yeah, this is one of the only farms in the game that we can actually do. I tried doing a farm in the forest, like with the Forest Covenant guys. And just no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't like consistently get them to jump off the edge. And it just took so long, and it was such a pain. And even then, I'd still probably need Homeward Bones. It just was not working at all. These guys are so much easier to kill. Like literally, you just run up to them and shoot them a bunch of times, and they all die and give you lots of souls. Also, we are somewhat benefiting, I think, from overkill bonus, which is a really obscure mechanic in the game. You may be familiar, where if you kill an enemy... Yes, that's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. We'll quickly walk down that road for a little bit. And why I'm not keen on this option. Oh, that was also actually my original idea, now that I remember. Yes, there is Homeward. And you'll note it only costs 8,000 souls from Petrus. Or she sells it for 1,000. I wonder if she has any requirements to do that besides existing, which means killing Capra, which is not too hard, really. Wrath of the Gods, you have to like rescue her after saving her. It says it specifically there. Where here it just says... Ah, okay, so I have to get it from Petrus for 8,000. Okay, so it costs 8,000, which is like, wow, isn't that so much better than 50,000? Yes. But in order to use Homeward, we need 18 faith. So let's just take this. These are the stats that we want. And technically, at some point, we're going to get about this intelligence. This is like the bare minimum we need to do all the things we want to do. We don't necessarily need this much vitality, but the more vitality, the better. So this costs 700,000 souls total. Now let's see what happens when we add 10 faith. 106,000, or sorry, wait. 1,058,000. Sorry, that's, yeah. So we're adding 300,000 souls ish for 10 levels in faith, essentially. A little bit under, I think. So rather than costing 8,000, it's costing us 300,000 ish, maybe 250,000 in the long run. And the only real way we have of getting souls is through this farm here. So no. So you're kind of on the right track in that we're choosing between spending the souls early or spending the souls later. Because we can use Homeward the Miracle to farm these things. Yes, that's true. We'd only need an upfront investment of, okay, let's see. We're at 8 here. We're at 36 here. This would be 15. So 47,000 right now, and then 112,000. So about 65. Well, already there's the problem. The upfront cost of getting Homeward is 65,000 souls. So we're spending as much on Homeward as we would on Homeward Bones. And then because we get Homeward, we end up spending more later anyways. So what was the point of getting Homeward? Does that make sense? Right? We're spending 65 before we start, and then an extra. Actually, we can include this in the end price, so it would be plus 250,000, and then we minus the 65. No. Whoops. 250 minus 65. So it'd be 65 up front, and then 185,000 later. So it's kind of just like, it kind of makes no sense, right? We're spending the same amount up front as Homeward Bones, but we're paying more later to have Homeward the Miracle, which is nice. But we've got to farm for that much longer, which is a lot longer. That's like a little over a third of the whole farm to begin with, right? If we do things the way I want to do them, it's only 450,000 total. But we do it that way, it's like 700,000 total, or no, that doesn't sound right. It's a lot. So I originally thought, like, yeah, we'll just get Homeward and it'll be perfect. And then I did the calculation and found out that Homeward Bones are actually cheaper. And then I did the calculation and found out that Homeward Bones might be too expensive. Yeah, that. Except for the only one caveat that this getting second nature at walking home that you presumably jokingly suggest might not just be crazy, it might be basically essentially impossible. So I really just need some sort of guiding force that will like take all these different paths that I could like all these different paths I could possibly take and have them all converge down to one single path that gets me to the bonfires using the same inputs every time, or possibly using audio cues to adjust the path correctly, which is tricky when most things sound the same. But yeah, it's actually an interesting question on, let's just assume we did the no locking on strat, which we get a lot less souls for. You want me to try and get back without looking, you mean? Okay. It's not gonna work, but okay. And I'm not suggesting that you don't know what you're talking about, but you want to see. It's just, you probably just have no idea how ridiculous it's going to be. Whoops. Okay, now I did accidentally open my eyes a tiny bit, so I do know my angle, which means I'm probably on the right side of the door if you turn around and change your view. So now I should be on the right side, facing towards a wall or a corner. And now I have no idea what's going on. So, if you want to know how lost you can get without being able to see, that's how lost you can get. And I looked for a tiny second, too. It's, yeah. All right. See you later. This is so tough. The other problem we potentially have, and in general, it's probably not a big deal, is I don't have any real way of resetting my position. Like right here, I don't have any souls on me, so I can, like, go run off in this direction. And then I can dark sign. Takes me exactly back to the same spot, the same angle, and I can start over. And that's great. The problem with dark sign, as I'm sure everyone is aware, or most people anyways, it removes all your souls. They're gone forever. And that's the only downside, really. It's just a huge downside when you're trying to farm. There is also a really stupid method that I have, and this is a really stupid method. Let me do a quick run to get some souls. Alright, now let's just pretend like we're gods among men, and we can get back without any issues. Except instead of getting back, because we don't care about that right now, we're just going to walk off the edge of the map. Now, we turn around and grab our souls, and then magically... Also, this is my mistake, I didn't hidden body up. Okay, I also wasn't showing off the other part of this. Mostly because it wasn't really... Well, one thing we can do anyways. Okay, we jump off the edge. And now we know our souls are going to be roughly behind us. Right. And so now... We've got a bloodstain back there with like 13,000 souls in it. Hopefully that didn't screw things up too bad. I'm just trying to demonstrate a concept here. So I've got 7,500 souls. Oh. Yeah. This doesn't entirely demonstrate the concept. But we use Homeward now. Or sorry, we use Dark Sign now. Which forfeits all those souls. Then we go and we pick up these ones. They're still there. So... This is the concept that I call a souls bank, which is, for some reason, dark signing doesn't eliminate the souls that are in your bloodstain. So one of my ideas, and our position's a little messed up, but we'll just assume it'll work anyways, was after we kill all the dudes, we could just stand still and wait for them to kill us. Which the problem is they're not always going to do it in a timely manner, if at all. Another thing we can do is we are supposed to be wearing the symbol of avarice while doing this. It's annoying because it slowly kills you. But eventually this will kill us. It's just going to take forever. And then when we die, our bloodstain is going to be exactly right here, which will be incredibly easy to pick up. But the more crazy we get with trying to die, the less souls we get, and the harder it is to guarantee we get our blood stain. We do get it, but it was kind of tricky to get. And the only problem we have in this method is at some point we still need to get them back to the bonfire. Yep, you're not wrong. Yeah, those souls are, not really. So I initially had planned on doing 2 separate farms. One of those farms was earlier on in order to get this setup that I currently have. So like right now, I have Soul Spear. I have Homing Soul Mass. I have Great Heavy Soul Arrow. I have Oral Decoy, Fall Control, Hidden Body. I have Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring. I'm not supposed to have Lingering Dragon Crest Ring, but I was doing some testing. These don't cost any money. So I need all these things. I need 36 intelligence. The rest of these aren't necessarily that important. So I need all these different things. in order to just get here and be able to farm, because I can't farm these guys without damage, which is why well, Soul Spare seems to work pretty okay. I think it's actually the best of all the methods I tried, blindfolded anyways, that I could actually reasonably get. But also I just need Soul Spear in general. But I had a farm for that method, and that farm was Darkroot, like the Forest Covenant. So you run out around Darkroot, and then you run back, and you have the guys jump on your head and fall off the edge. I wonder if I have that saved somewhere. Not like I'm making any progress here, you know. Darkroot. This is a Darkroot. Hopefully it'll work. Hey, how's it going? We're just, well, I'm just bashing my head into a wall, and I guess everyone else is watching for some reason. Anyways, so I didn't have a great strat. I'm not going to worry about trying to do the strat exactly, but this is the other area that I was trying to figure out how to farm. And all you got to do is run around here, run around this way, don't get killed by magic, run past this guy, run all the way around here, do all this, then come up here, drop down, don't miss. Oh, that's a bad example, but that happens sometimes. Also, I need a shield, technically. But yeah, this was the other farm I was attempting to do, and I ended up, because this was so impossible to figure out a way to consistently do, there was just too much randomness from these guys, and I ended up finding a different way to get those souls, which was crazier, and I ended up skipping out on 40,000 souls that I wanted, but decided it was too hard to get. And so I just really streamlined the build that I was going for in order to skip doing this. And it involved a bunch of other crazy stuff I had to do to avoid doing this farm. And anyways, you stand here, and some of the time these guys jump off the edge. We'll see if the cleric's up for it. Yep, he's gonna do it. You can tell. So yeah, I do all that work, and I only got 2,000 souls. You can get up to 7,000 if you get all 4 guys to jump off the edge. But it takes a while. It's very confusing. There's so much randomness involved. This the farm that I'm trying to do is just so much better, and it's just so much more viable. Because it's a lot faster. There's a lot more souls to be had. And the steps required are like 10 times easier. And every other farm has seemed just garbage. Like, this one is actually good. And it's bad, if you know what I mean. Like, oh yeah, and again. So yeah, either I find a way to do it or I get Homer Bones, and that's kind of what we're down to now. God damn it. Not currently. So to explain, I have routed up to somewhere around killing Quelaag and then doing a bunch of stuff to get a bunch of souls. I think that includes killing Moonlight Butterfly. We do a lot of stuff in Sen's Fortress. We rescue Logan. A lot of this is figured out, blindfolded. There are some gaps missing from parts that I just didn't want to do at the time. But I've skipped ahead a little bit because this farm is so integral to the whole route that I kind of need to know how I'm going to do this before I can know how to do the stuff before it. Because if I need more things to do this, like if I need Homeward Bones, I have to route those Homeward Bones into the route. If I'm going to use Homeward because it's the only thing that works, which I think we already established it just kind of sucks, I need to route that in. And if I'm just going to do this sort of bare bones run back and forth method and pray, then I don't have to do a lot of routing. But either way, I need to know whether or not I need to do that extra routing or not. So I kind of have to I kind of have to make this work, and then I can figure out how to get here. So yeah, and little things too, like as I was saying, the Lingering Dragon Crest ring. This is not currently routed into my route because it costs 20,000 souls, and it was just too expensive and too hard to get those souls. The only reason I have it is because I was trying to get here as fast as possible, and I had the extra souls because I was duping to do that. And it's also important to test whether or not maybe I need this to get here. Like, I don't know. It's really nice for Hidden Body, for making it last so much longer, but it's probably not worth the 20,000 souls at that time, and if I do need it eventually, I'll just go back to Firelink and get it once I'm done with Ornstein and Smo, because then I'll have teleporting, and then that's gonna be real helpful. Also, one of the problems that I have with farming at the moment is that I don't have the Lord Vessel yet, so I can't teleport around to wherever I want to go. And so, let's say I want to buy the Lingering Dragon Crest ring. To get this ring, you need to go to Firelink, and you need to give Griggs 20,000 souls. Which means I either need to go off somewhere in the game and kill a boss that's worth 20,000 souls, and then I need to take those souls all the way back to Firelink to Griggs to buy this ring, and I can't lose them. Which, obviously, if you can see how hard it is for me to get from that point up ahead back to here, you can imagine that might be pretty difficult. Although I will say that this particular instance is really, really tricky. Still, it's not an easy thing to get 20,000 souls back to Firelink. But as soon as I have the Lord Vessel, I can just get 20,000 souls anywhere in the game, and then get to a bonfire, teleport back to Firelink, and those souls are safe, effectively. So it's kind of like I skip getting it early, and then I can get it later, and it's almost cheaper because I don't have to like spend good souls on it, hard ones to get. And like one of the easiest ways to buy things from people is with things like the poppable souls, because you can just take them to the guy you need to buy from, then pop them, and then buy the thing. I mean, that's fundamental Dark Souls gameplay right there. But I gotta say, of all the places to be stuck, being stuck in a place where you get to shoot a bunch of guys with Soul Spear and make a lot of souls really fast, it's not a bad place to be stuck. I've been stuck in worse places. Okay. Now. So apparently I can swap to this guy, but I can't swap back to that other guy until now. Audio cues are nice. They have their limitations. So like some of the things you can do is I walk into this wall. It's not even a consistent sound, to be honest. Yeah. Definitely that can help sometimes, yes. Actually, I should look into that. You're not wrong. Not that you said I should look into it, but you did point it out, which let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, this is no snow. This is snow. This is all snow. Okay, just unaggro these guys for a second. I can't know what you were asking Wade about, but so here you can kind of hear the ambience. I don't know how well it comes by on whatever you're listening to this on, but there's no ambience over here. Oh no, there is. There's also torches on this side. And is there torches here too? Yeah. It's like, how would you tell the difference? Yeah. Go to the threshold facing phalanx. When the footsteps turn to snow, immediately go left until back to brick. So, okay. I think I know what you're saying. You're wanting me to kind of go into this corner kind of a thing? Is that what you're suggesting? Or are you suggesting I do this after I've killed them all? I mean, if I could get here, that'd be fantastic. Like, you want me to go this way? Or... It's... The time delay is not on our side for communicating. Here. Let me reset. And I'll stop. And I'll just wait and see if you respond. You want me to approach them with a different angle that I can always get back from. Not crazy, to be sure. I will, for a second, try and show what happens most of the time that you attack Phalanx. Most of the time you get a lot less souls. The setup I have was already me trying a bunch of stuff, and that was what killed the most. But, well, the problem is, the more I kill, the more I'm like locking on and getting in a certain position, the more I'm going to be confused after the whole ordeal is up. Not necessarily bad idea. It's just kind of like more of just praying, you know? Also, those are very nice periods you have. Thank you for sharing. Also, there is another way that I can move, which I haven't explained yet, which is just by rolling. Rolling is mostly consistent. There's a little bit of inconsistency to it, but it's usually not a big deal. It's very inconsistent on slopes, particularly slopes going up. But it's also slow and uses a lot of stamina and has problems. Damn it. Alright, at this point, I feel that this is timeoutable behavior. I don't feel you need me to tell you that that is weird and antisocial and not really appreciated by anybody. My screen doesn't have any bumps. I don't know about you. Yeah, I'm not liking that angle, definitely. I mean, I really love the front angle because they just all let themselves just get absolutely obliterated, you know what I mean? Yeah, that'll happen. I don't know how I'm going to attack them if I don't lock on. What if I lock on and then lock off? There's the problem. Need a better angle. Need to set up something better if I'm going to try that. Perhaps the rolling isn't ideal in this situation then. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. Not ideal. No, come on, dude, really? They're invincible? Okay, let's get back in here. Lock on. Still not gonna work, right? No, so the problem, at least I think the problem, is I don't think they technically exist until they all sort of like pop off of each other. They're like not actually like a physical enemy in the game until they do that, but I can try and get a little closer. I might have got this angle wrong. I did. Okay. It's okay. We're not worried about it. We just want to get this set up here. Okay. Yeah, so like, oh, actually they all still have their own individual bodies, but faith build. What do you want me to do with faith exactly? You want me to just kill everything with faith for the rest of the run? That sounds like fun. I don't think that's a viable option, for reasons. Well, let's quickly explain, perhaps, because I got nothing better to do, right? And I mean that sincerely. Emit Force. It's a decent miracle. Doesn't do a lot of damage. Very slow. Bad range. Gravelord's Sword Dance. Tricky to get. Doesn't really do a lot of damage. Gets like 2 casts out of it. The upgraded version is impossible to get for me because it requires getting rank 1. Lightning Spears. Do lots of damage. Are hard to get. Take forever to cast. Likely not be very effective against bosses. But also are probably the best option against bosses. Wrath of the Gods, very tricky to get. Only 3 casts. Doesn't honestly do that great of damage. And there's no reasonable way you would know this. But I do already have a pretty rough plan of how I want to kill all the other bosses in the game. Which spells I'm going to use, etc., 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 etc. So I don't think it's a viable option. Impossible to sunbro in the current market. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah. So yeah, these guys don't exist. And now they do. It's really unfortunate. I wonder if there's like a way you could wake them up. That's an interesting idea. Okay, actually, we'll sacrifice that one. We can just waste a soul spear. That's fine. This is for testing purposes only. That's some good damage. mean, the oral decoy was somewhat effective, to be honest. It would just be nice if I could trigger them early, but I don't think you can. The other option, which is not a great option, would be to, like, run past them to activate them without locking onto them, then try and finish them off one by one, but you really want to hit them as soon as they kind of pop, because that's when they're all clumped together, and that's when you're going to get the most experience. But I really do like that vantage point. It's really nice. It's just I don't think I can use it. Oh, I'll be cursing all of my plans in the future. It wasn't quite the direction I wanted. Still not really the direction I want. No. Okay, but it does raise an interesting question of what if one of those was one of the little spots that I used? I mean, it's nice. Does it work? I don't know. You can get 300 a homeward bone in a much later area of the game, and that's the lowest it goes. Let me just go back one, or this is homeward bone. Undead Merchant Females, 500. Vamos is 500. He's way harder to get to. Chester is 600. He's a cheat. Oswald is 500. He's harder to get to than the Merchant, easier than Vamos. And Hawkeye Goff is 300, but he's in the DLC, which we can't get to until after Ornstein and Snow is dead, plus a Golem, plus Sanctuary Guardian, plus Artorias, who, all of which we want to be farmed up before we fight. Okay, let's see how consistent we can get into that spot. there's the problem. Yeah. It's close. We could try some amount of rolling to try and have more consistency. Because as rolling is generally more precise than walking. No, I did not. Is that like Nickelodeon or something like that? I think I'm vaguely familiar with what the show is, but I don't think I've ever even seen it. That's tricky. Yeah, okay. I'm aware that the show exists, but I've never seen it. Is there some sort of lesson that can be learned from that show that's applicable here, or? Let's go further. Got that. Okay, so I'm thinking 2 rolls here. That's way too far forward. You're probably not wrong, but I'm a little busy at the moment. And you think, oh, just after. It's like, no, 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 no. This is where my free time goes. Didn't need to do that. Getting hit's definitely going to ruin any sort of consistency we have. Also, we died. What do you mean by that? Do you mean backstepping like this? Or are you also referencing your show again? I doubt you're referencing your show again. So, what you may not know, and I don't know what you know, is I am playing on keyboard. And so I have 8 directions that I can move in very precisely. Backstepping is just like almost identical to pressing the backwards key The difference is backstepping does not consider which direction your camera is facing, so I can go like this and backstep, and I'll still go behind myself. But if I face this way and then press the back key, I go towards the camera. But like as far as like the direction, it's incredibly precise either way. Also, apparently we have a keyboard lover here. I should have you know, this is what I would prefer to use, but can't, as I need to route this for being blindfolded. So don't get too excited. But I am going to be using keyboard throughout this entire run because it has 8 directions that I can move in, which is very, very useful. But like, so the difference between like walking in a direction and backstepping is based on your camera. Like, it's both incredibly accurate, like, except the thing with walking backwards is if I walk backwards and then move my camera, I'll like turn in a circle. So backstepping is nice in that regard, if that's what you mean, in which case I agree. In a lot of cases, it doesn't matter. I guess another thing about backstepping, which you might also be referring to, no, you said directionally more accurate, is backstepping is very precise distance-wise. And I love backstepping, it's just really slow. And also only works in one direction. If I could move everywhere and just backsteps, that'd be great. But it doesn't always work out that way. Yeah, no. Something... That's right. Something to do with, rolling there just completely ruins the lock-on, which is annoying. Because I don't really get any of the benefits of the accuracy in distance-wise of rolling if I walk at the end of it. It's kind of, it's just all gone at that point. It doesn't matter anymore. But let's try something silly. Well, it was silly, that's for sure. It was better, it just wasn't great. And again, we still have the angle problem because we're locking on, but locking on is also how we get the souls, so it's just like, I mean, what do I do? I just don't know anymore. Okay, what if this is dumb and is not gonna work? Because of the same reasons as always, but if I don't try it... Alright, see ya. Right. Okay, we're gonna wait for our hidden body to wear out because otherwise this could go bad. We kind of screwed it up at the start, so. Nah. I mean, I can try that again and see if we happen to get the same angle or we get a different one. And then maybe I can try and work from there, but... Uh-oh. And... oh, we can still get the bonfire. But it's very tight. That can always be fixed if it somehow works. Not confident, but it's for some reason been somewhat consistent, which I don't understand why. Well, here's a chance for it all to go to heck. Yeah. So we were just getting lucky. But, like, what are the chances that when we do that, we end up going to the left, like, over this way? Seems unlikely for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, the reason why is because it would require us to shoot someone, like, over here for that to happen, which is unlikely. Just based on how we set things up. Which maybe based on that, I could do that and I could know I'm either going straight back or I'm going to the right back. And then somehow figure out which one happened, I guess. Damn, that looks good. Oh my god. That was straight back. Now we do that, we turn around. And what do I do? Do this first, just so they don't mess with me. Let's try and get the other one to happen, and then see if things sound any different, I guess. God. It doesn't get old. Okay, well, it didn't happen. We hit nothing. We turn around. We hit something. We roll. We hit something. I don't know how much this would tell us anyways, but so this angle kind of sucks. But let's, again, we kind of just want to get lucky and get the other direction to happen so we can test that some more. God damn it, it's not gonna happen again. We're just getting so lucky with this setup. Maybe something like that could work. It's not perfect, but again, we still need to test the other option. But it's just not happening. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd love if I could just have this happen every time. That'd be great, but it's not realistic. Okay, good. This should work out better now. Maybe. Damn it. Oh, this is what we didn't want to be able to happen. Ow. Can you not do that, please? Okay, so... Again, no sound. Makes sense. Turn around. Sounds the same. But we roll. Now there's no sound, so now we would have a very good idea where we are. Okay. Maybe this could work. I don't know. It's very, very finicky right now. Okay, this is... We're still killing too many. Okay. I kind of cheated there to get the angle I wanted. But it's okay, we just need a test. So, this doesn't tell us anything because it's the same way every time. Then... So that would sound the same as being on the wrong side. Or on the other side, I mean. And then we do this. That would maybe tell us that we got the right way. Or we... Yeah, technically. It's hard... It'd be nice if there's like a compass somewhere that I could talk based on, but... It's not perfect. But give me a second. Since my time is almost up, I'm just going to quickly try and explain what the hell I'm talking about. So here is those doors that I'm constantly trying to get through. Here's all the phalanx dudes. Here's the cages. And here's the bonfire. So I get up here and I shoot them, and I either go straight back into here, or I go sideways back into here, or I go sideways back into here. Diagonal is maybe a better word than sideways. Okay. And so if I'm here, all three ways when we turn around and smack or parry, we hit the wall. Now, it might be good just to test that anyways, because if we don't hear the wall, that's really bad and we have no idea where we are. But in this location, if we roll to the left, we end up here and we still hit the wall. So we hit the wall here, we hit the wall here. In this location, if we roll left, we roll this way and we still hit the wall. So we hit the wall twice here. So if we hit the wall twice, we'll know we're in one of these two locations. But if we're here, we hit the wall, then we roll, we hit the wall. We don't hit the wall here, so it's like an O instead of an X. And in that case, we're like, okay, so we got that direction. We know where we are. We can do some sort of setup to get back based on that. Now, if we're here, we hit the wall, we go left, we hit the wall, and then we go right, and we hit the wall again because we're just rolling back to exactly where we were. Then we're like, okay, now we know we're here, and we do some sort of setup to get back to the bonfire. And finally, if we're here, we hit the wall. Actually, well, we hit the wall somewhere over here, something like that. Then we roll this way, and we hit the wall here, and then we roll this way, and then we don't hit anything here. And so finally, that's the third location. and we figure out how to get back from there. That's currently what we're working with. That's our current idea, in case anyone wasn't understanding. That being said, for me, it is midnight. I've been at this for almost 5 hours, and I am exhausted. I've literally been doing this for like 5 hours. So I'll say I should be back tomorrow, 7 to 12 p.m. CST. Monday to Friday is when I generally stream, although sometimes I skip out. Until, I guess, thanks to everyone who showed up. And until next time, I'll see you later. All right.